Then ask me in English like this. Should I have emailed my friend? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Should I have slimmed down for summer vacation? Number 2. Should you have hit the books before your exam? Number 3. Should Harriet have gotten a second opinion? Number 4. Shouldn't you have gone to the doctor's office? Number 5. Shouldn't Mitch have kept a closer eye on his wallet? Number 6. Shouldn't they have eaten a little something before going out? Number 7. Shouldn't they have gone over the instructions first? Number 8. Shouldn't Sally have arrived by now? Number 9. Should your brother have taken off for the weekend? Number 10. Should you have taken the subway instead of braving the traffic? Should you have called me ahead of time? Then answer me like this. I should have called you ahead of time. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Should you have broken the news to Henry yourself? I should have broken the news to Henry myself. Number 2. Should Jack have thought of that before he started his project? He should have thought of that before he started his project. Number 3. Should you have known the whole story before opening your mouth? I should have known the whole story before opening my mouth. Number 4. Should Rick and Dean have offered to pay for their mess? They should have offered to pay for their mess. Number 5. Should you have made some wiser investments last year? I should have made some wiser investments last year. Number 6. Should Karen have considered this possibility earlier? She should have considered this possibility earlier. Number 7. Should you have apologized to your coworkers for the hassle? I should have apologized to my coworkers for the hassle. Number 8. Should you have eaten more low-fat foods? I should have eaten more low-fat foods. Number 9. Should your brother have taken off for the weekend ages ago? He should have taken off for the weekend ages ago. Number 10. Should Jane have made a genuine attempt to get to know Greg's family? She should have made a genuine attempt to get to know his family. Should I have had so much to drink? Then answer me like this. You shouldn't have had so much to drink. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Should Henry have taken his best friend for granted? He shouldn't have taken his best friend for granted. Number 2. Should you have bought that diamond ring before asking for her hand? I shouldn't have bought that diamond ring before asking for her hand. Number 3. Should you have shouted at your kids in the middle of the grocery store? I shouldn't have shouted at my kids in the middle of the grocery store. Number 4. Should you have said hello to that stranger at the bar? I shouldn't have said hello to that stranger at the bar. Number 5. Should you have severed all ties with your former company? I shouldn't have severed all ties with my former company. Number 6. Should Judy have trusted her partner and business associates? She shouldn't have trusted her partner and business associates. Number 7. Should you have complained so vehemently? I shouldn't have complained so vehemently. Number 8. Should Amy and Alex have bitten off more than they could chew with that project? They shouldn't have bitten off more than they can chew with that project. Number 9. Should your brother have dissed Cassie in front of all her friends? He shouldn't have dissed her in front of all her friends. Number 10. Should you have given up all hope with regards to this election? I shouldn't have given up all hope with regards to this election. Then ask me in English, like this. Couldn't you have done a better job? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Could Dana have come up with a better solution? Number 2. Could you have misheard what she said to you? Number 3. Could your cousin Wanda have taken an earlier flight this morning? Number 4. Could you have at least admitted that I was half right? Number 5. Couldn't you have stood up for yourself more? Number 6. Could you have tried to smile a little during the pictures? Number 7. Couldn't they have kept their eyes peeled for a sweet deal? Number 8. Could Jean have made this any worse? Number 9. Couldn't you have been on to a good thing there? Number 10. Couldn't you have given us a little more flexibility? Could you have beaten that time easily? Then answer me like this. I could have beaten that time easily. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Could you have predicted that I would hate that movie? I could have predicted that you would hate that movie. Number 2. Could Norman have put his back into it a little more? He could have put his back into it a little more. Number 3. Could you have let me know before I left my house? I could have let you know before you left your house. Number 4. Could Dan and Eric have shot the breeze all day if they'd had time? They could have shot the breeze all day if they had time. Number 5. Could Betty have put together a little something for Bob's birthday? She could have put together a little something for his birthday. Number 6. Could you have pressed your luck a bit more? I could have pressed my luck a bit more. Number 7. Could you have hung tight until I picked you up? I could have hung tight until you picked me up. Number 8. Could Ursula have made this worse? She could have made this worse. Number 9. Could you have taken Larry up on his offer? I could have taken Larry up on his offer. Number 10. Could you have associated with some nicer folks? I could have associated with some nicer folks. Could you have made it in time? Then answer me like this. I couldn't have made it in time. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Could you have been happier about the result? I couldn't have been happier about the result. Number 2. Could Cassie have gotten this far without their support? She couldn't have gotten this far without their support. Number 3. Could Harold and Ben have done it better if they'd tried? They couldn't have done it better if they'd tried. Number 4. Could you have mistaken him for someone else? I couldn't have mistaken him for someone else. Number 5. Could you have looked him straight in the eyes and lied? I couldn't have looked him straight in the eyes and lied. Number 6. Could Renee and Daniel have foreseen this becoming such a problem? They couldn't have foreseen this becoming such a problem. Number 7. Could Jason have imagined things would go so badly? He couldn't have imagined things would go so badly. Number 8. Could you have wished for a better company to work for? I couldn't have wished for a better company to work for. Number 9. Could Moira have said it better herself? She couldn't have said it better herself. Number 10. Could you have explained the issue in any more detail? I couldn't have explained the issue in any more detail. Are you going to make a couple of adjustments to the schedule? Then answer me like this. I may have to make a couple of adjustments to the schedule. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you going to have to cancel on me if your family calls? I may have to cancel on you if my family calls. Number 2. Are you going to have a few words to say at the wedding? I might have a few words to say at the wedding. Number 3. Is Edward going to ask the staff to come in early? He might have to ask the staff to come in early. Number 4. Are James and Mike going to re-register in the next couple of days? They might have to re-register in the next couple of days. Number 5. Are you going to have to travel overseas? I might have to travel overseas. Number 6. Is Saul going to ask his guests to wait a bit longer? He may have to ask his guests to wait a bit longer. Number 7. Are you going to make a contribution to the investment fund? I might have to make a contribution to the investment fund. Number 8. Is Sean going to scrap this whole thing and start from scratch? He might have to scrap this whole thing and start from scratch. Number 9. Are you going to supply them with more detailed info? I may have to supply them with more detailed info. Number 10. Is Alex going to dress up for the occasion? He might have to dress up for the occasion. Are you going to give him the thumbs down after all? Then answer me like this. I might not have to give him the thumbs down after all. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you going to have to pay more taxes this year? I may not have to pay more taxes this year. Number 2. Is Alec going to get rid of his car and replace it? He might not have to get rid of his car and replace it. Number 3. Is Lenora going to treat her boss and his wife to dinner? She may not have to treat her boss and his wife to dinner. Number 4. Are Isaac and Ian going to give up so easily? They may not have to give up so easily. Number 5. Are you going to try to make more of an effort? I may not have to try to make more of an effort. Number 6. Is Shelley going to redo her work? She might not have to redo her work. Number 7. Are you and I going to upgrade the computer software? We might not have to upgrade the computer software. Number 8. Is Harvey going to brief his client over the phone? He might not have to brief his client over the phone. Number 9. Are Jake and Larry going to spend the weekend at their in-laws' houses? They might not have to spend the weekend at their in-laws' houses. Number 10. Are you going to approach your boss about the problem? I may not have to approach my boss about the problem. Have you forgotten about the meeting? Then answer me like this. I must have forgotten about the meeting. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Has Alexa forgotten to turn off the lights? She must have forgotten to turn off the lights. Number 2. Have Jackson and Aaron given up all hope about passing that class? They must have given up all hope about passing that class. Number 3. Have you given me the wrong information about the new plan? I must have given you the wrong information about the new plan. Number 4. Had Bill left before Carol arrived? He must have left before Carol arrived. Number 5. Have you arrived too late to get a good seat? I must have arrived too late to get a good seat. Number 6. Has Ellen discovered some errors in the draft? She must have discovered some errors in the draft. Number 7. Have you been completely out of your mind? I must have been completely out of my mind. Number 8. Had Amy misheard what her manager said this morning? She must have misheard what her manager said this morning. Number 9. Have you had too much to drink tonight? I must have had too much to drink tonight. Number 10. Have Olive and Jen been on the wrong track during this election? They must have been on the wrong track during this election. For example, have you made yourself perfectly clear? Then answer me like this. I mustn't have made myself perfectly clear. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Have you and I thought this all the way through? We mustn't have thought this all the way through. Number 2. Has Taylor made a reservation at 7 like he said? He mustn't have made a reservation at 7 like he said. Number 3. Have you explained the new rules clearly enough? I mustn't have explained the new rules clearly enough. Number 4. Have Joe and Kelly seen the big picture? They mustn't have seen the big picture. Number 5. Has Abby filed those papers correctly? She mustn't have filed those papers correctly. Number 6. Have you completely grasped what Sean was trying to say? I mustn't have completely grasped what he was trying to say. Number 7. Have you conversated with your whole family about your move? I mustn't have conversated with my whole family about my move. Number 8. Have you and I been thorough enough? We mustn't have been thorough enough. Number 9. Have you fought very hard for this contract? I mustn't have fought very hard for this contract. Number 10. Have you backed up all your work on the external drive? I mustn't have backed up all my work on the external drive. Then ask me in English like this. Are you supposed to wait here? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you supposed to do that right now, or should you wait a little longer? Number 2. Are they supposed to be in the head honcho's office? Number 3. Is Lucy supposed to set up an appointment with her chiropractor? Number 4. Aren't we supposed to be out of here by now? Number 5. Aren't you supposed to offer some form of insurance on priority mail? Number 6. Are you supposed to constantly check your personal email at work? Number 7. Are you supposed to be reading your husband's emails without his permission? Number 8. Aren't you supposed to report suspicious characters in the neighborhood? Number 9. Is your cousin Ellie supposed to be here by now? Number 10. Aren't you supposed to sever all ties with your ex before you get married? So, how did you do? Are you supposed to meet me here? Then answer me like this. I'm supposed to meet you here. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Is Edward supposed to implement the new policy starting today? He's supposed to implement the new policy starting today. Number 2. Are Jacob and Tyler supposed to be on their best behavior for the presentations today? They're supposed to be on their best behavior for the presentations today. Number 3. Are you supposed to pay your electric bill by this Monday? I'm supposed to pay my electric bill by this Monday. Number 4. Are you supposed to do a major spring cleaning every April? I'm supposed to do a major spring cleaning every April. Number 5. Are you supposed to go into work early tomorrow to get some stuff done? I'm supposed to go into work early tomorrow to get some stuff done. Number 6. Are you supposed to let loose on the weekends so you can focus during the week? I'm supposed to let loose on the weekends so I can focus during the week. Number 7. Is Vince supposed to submit his report to his boss today? He's supposed to submit his report to his boss today. Number 8. Are you supposed to help your kids with their homework tonight? I'm supposed to help my kids with their homework tonight. Number 9. Is Mandy supposed to finalize her vacation plans before the end of the week? She's supposed to finalize her vacation plans before the end of the week. Number 10. Are you supposed to put all these papers together for sorting later? I'm supposed to put all these papers together for sorting later. Are we supposed to smoke in here anymore? Then answer me like this. We're not supposed to smoke in here anymore. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you supposed to be eating so much red meat since you have heart problems? I'm not supposed to be eating so much red meat since I have heart problems. Number 2. Is the bouncer supposed to allow people backstage without proper ID? He's not supposed to allow people backstage without proper ID. Number 3. Are you supposed to dispose of credit card receipts in the dumpster out back? I'm not supposed to dispose of credit card receipts in the dumpster out back. Number 4. Are you supposed to make long-distance calls with this phone? I'm not supposed to make long-distance calls with this phone. Number 5. Is Eddie supposed to take such a long break when there's a deadline to meet? He's not supposed to take such a long break when there's a deadline to meet. Number 6. Is Erin supposed to start dating so soon after her breakup? She's not supposed to start dating so soon after her breakup. Number 7. Are you supposed to cut out early after the boss asked you to stay longer? I'm not supposed to cut out early after the boss asked me to stay longer. Number 8. Are you and I supposed to be so unconcerned about our future goals? We're not supposed to be so unconcerned about our future goals. Number 9. Are you supposed to be sleeping on the job every afternoon? I'm not supposed to be sleeping on the job every afternoon. Number 10. Are you supposed to run errands when you feel like you might be getting sick? I'm not supposed to run errands when I feel like I might be getting sick. Then ask me in English like this. Weren't you supposed to finish that up earlier? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Were you supposed to give your friend a lift to the train station today? Number 2. Was Clarence supposed to clear up any misunderstandings? Number 3. Weren't they supposed to be there at least 15 minutes ago to pick up their kids from school? Number 4. Were you supposed to pick a couple of applicants for further review? Number 5. Wasn't Mitchell supposed to make sure that everything ran smoothly yesterday, or was that Ned's job? Number 6. Weren't you supposed to have a sit-down with the design team today? Number 7. Were you supposed to be in charge of ordering the new supplies? Number 8. Wasn't Charlie supposed to talk this over with his wife first? Number 9. Were you supposed to have a one-on-one with your manager at 2 today? Number 10. Weren't you supposed to catch some Z's last night instead of working? Were you supposed to be here on time? Then answer me like this. I was supposed to be here on time. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Were you supposed to try a little harder to convince your family to come visit? I was supposed to try a little harder to convince my family to come visit. Number 2. Were you supposed to make a strong impression during your interview? I was supposed to make a strong impression during my interview. Number 3. Was Jason supposed to tidy up his place before his guests arrived? He was supposed to tidy up his place before his guests arrived. Number 4. Was Maria supposed to swing by the office at 1 today? She was supposed to swing by the office at 1 today. Number 5. Were we supposed to mention something to Reggie about the updated schedule? We were supposed to mention something to Reggie about the updated schedule. Number 6. Were you supposed to resume the discussion from where we left off? I was supposed to resume the discussion from where we left off. Number 7. Were you supposed to water your neighbor's plants more regularly when they went out of town? I was supposed to water my neighbor's plants more regularly when they went out of town. Number 8. Weren't you supposed to splurge a little for your anniversary dinner? I was supposed to splurge a little for my anniversary dinner. Number 9. Were you supposed to discuss this matter in depth with your boyfriend? I was supposed to discuss this matter in depth with my boyfriend. Number 10. Wasn't Jennifer supposed to establish herself in her new position right away? She was supposed to establish herself. Were you supposed to be so negative? Then answer me like this. I wasn't supposed to be so negative. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Were you supposed to reveal all the details of the proposed plan to the board members? I wasn't supposed to reveal all the details of the proposed plan to the board members. Number 2. Was Michael supposed to spill the beans about Jenny's surprise party? He wasn't supposed to spill the beans about Jenny's surprise party. Number 3. Were they supposed to terminate their contracts this week to look for another job? They weren't supposed to terminate their contracts this week to look for another job. Number 4. Were you supposed to act like such a know-it-all? I wasn't supposed to act like such a know-it-all. Number 5. Was Norman supposed to stay out so late last night when he's got a test today? He wasn't supposed to stay out so late last night when he's got a test today. Number 6. Was Jonas supposed to throw something together to show his boss? He wasn't supposed to throw something together to show his boss. Number 7. Were we supposed to connect with our client about the changes? We weren't supposed to connect with our client about the changes. Number 8. Was Josh supposed to stand his ground so stubbornly during the meeting? He wasn't supposed to stand his ground so stubbornly during the meeting. Number 9. Were you supposed to check out from the hotel after noon? I wasn't supposed to check out from the hotel after noon. Number 10. Were you supposed to have dibs on this novel? I wasn't supposed to have dibs on this novel. Then ask me in English, like this. Would you rather stay in or go out? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Would they rather nap on the plane now or at the hotel later? Number 2. Would you rather work a morning shift or a graveyard shift? Number 3. Would you rather take off this coming Monday or this coming Friday? Number 4. Would you rather I rocked the boat during the meeting by asking for a raise instead of you? Number 5. Would they rather open the windows to let in the breeze or just turn on the air? Number 6. Would you rather take a break from typing now, or should we wait an hour? Number 7. Would Floyd rather save some money by eating in, or save some time by going out? Number 8. Would you rather discuss this with your superiors before making a decision? Number 9. Would Amanda rather I went with her to the doctor? Number 10. Would you rather I waited for you in the lobby? Would you rather I helped you clean up first? Then answer me like this. I'd rather you helped me clean up first. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Would Jen and Cal rather hang out at home tomorrow instead of going out with everyone? They'd rather hang out at home tomorrow instead of going out with everyone. Number 2. Would you rather stall for a few more minutes? I'd rather stall for a few more minutes. Number 3. Would Carolyn rather we talked this over privately instead of making a big scene? She'd rather we talked this over privately instead of making a big scene. Number 4. Would you rather get something delivered? I'd rather get something delivered. Number 5. Would you rather send your children to study in America instead of the UK? I'd rather send my children to study in America instead of the UK. Number 6. Would Jessica rather take classes early in the morning so she can get stuff done at night? She'd rather take classes early in the morning so she can get stuff done at night. Number 7. Would you rather ask an expert for advice instead of attempting this all by your lonesome? I'd rather ask an expert for advice instead of attempting this all by my lonesome. Number 8. Would you rather Skype your parents instead of sending them emails? I'd rather Skype my parents instead of sending them emails. Number 9. Would you rather confront the guy instead of just letting things lie? I'd rather confront the guy instead of just letting things lie. Number 10. Would Dan rather stand out from the crowd? He'd rather stand out from the crowd. Then ask me in English like this. Did you go out after you finished work? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Carmen get filthy rich while she was working at IBM? Number 2. Did you rustle up some grub for your friends even though you weren't too hungry? Number 3. Did you try to make the best of the situation even though you were short on cash? Number 4. Did you finally get a hole-in-one after years and years of practice at the driving range? Number 5. Didn't Connor look into finding a new job while he was still with his old company? Number 6. Did you feel like you were imposing on your friends when you asked if you could stay a day longer? Number 7. Did you live out of your suitcase while you were traveling around Europe? Number 8. Did you stay wide awake night after night, wondering if she would ever call? Number 9. Did Carol keep an eye on their bags while they ran to the restroom? Number 10. Didn't you flip burgers on the barbecue while your wife was setting out the chips and dip? Did Roberto wash his hands of this project because it had caused him too many problems? Then answer me like this. He washed his hands of this project because it had caused him too many problems. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Didn't Charlotte mope around when she heard that her high school sweetheart had moved on? She moped around when she heard that her high school sweetheart had moved on. Number 2. Did Kristen know that we've all been in on the secret since we first met in March? She knew that we've all been in on the secret since we first met in March. Number 3. Did you accidentally open a can of worms when you slipped up at the meeting and mentioned the revamped schedule? I accidentally opened a can of worms when I slipped up at the meeting and mentioned the revamped schedule. Number 4. Did Alexa bear with her boyfriend's idiocy until he made a fool of himself in public? She bore with her boyfriend's idiocy until he made a fool of himself in public. Number 5. Did you start pushing Cindy's buttons on purpose since she was being such a drama queen? I started pushing Cindy's buttons on purpose since she was being such a drama queen. Number 6. Did Fiona patch up her relationship with her parents after they asked her to come home for Christmas? She patched up her relationship with her parents after they asked her to come home for Christmas. Number 7. Did you barge in here because you figured something unsavory was going on? I barged in here because I figured something unsavory was going on. Number 8. Did you almost pass out when you heard that you'd won the lotto? I almost passed out when I heard that I'd won the lotto. Number 9. Did you make sure that the applicant's resume checks out since we've had problems before? I made sure that the applicant's resume checks out since we've had problems before. Number 10. Did Ginny blow off some steam after the conference call today? She blew off some steam after the conference call today. Did you guess that the outcome would be so horrible? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Stacy drop a hint that she'd be tying the knot this summer? Number 2. Did you know that I'd be here early this morning? Number 3. Did you know that it'd be drizzling all day today? Number 4. Didn't Sam tell you that he'd be out of town for the next few weeks? Number 5. Did you believe that your brother would actually rise before the crack of noon? Number 6. Didn't you think that this would be a much bigger disaster? Number 7. Didn't they assure Fred that there'd be absolutely nothing to worry about? Number 8. Did you suspect that he'd play it safe with his money? Number 9. Did you predict that informing him of the problem would be a waste of breath? Number 10. Did you guess what they'd be up to today? Did Allison know that he'd help out if it was necessary? Then answer me like this. She knew that he'd help out if it was necessary. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did you wonder how we'd ever get to be on the same wavelength? Yes, I wondered how we'd ever get to be on the same wavelength. Number 2. Did Ken inform his manager that he'd be rolling in around 11? Yes, he informed his manager that he'd be rolling in around 11. Number 3. Didn't Louisa make it perfectly clear what the consequences would be for this behavior? Yes, she made it perfectly clear what the consequences would be for this behavior. Number 4. Did you explain exactly how everyone would be bonused at year end? Yes, I explained exactly how everyone would be bonused at year end. Number 5. Did Mac and Johnny tell you guys that this new product would sell like hotcakes? Yes, they told us that this new product would sell like hotcakes. Number 6. Didn't you tell me that you'd like to move the company barbecue to next Saturday? Yes, I told you that I'd like to move the company barbecue to next Saturday. Number 7. Did you discuss what the next step would be? Yes, I discussed what the next step would be. Number 8. Did you expect that he'd make a public apology? Yes, I expected that he'd make a public apology. Number 9. Did you think that Kelly would have the makings of a great leader? Yes, I thought that Kelly would have the makings of a great leader. Number 10. Did you tell her that she'd regret that move in the end? Yes, I told her that she'd regret that move in the end. Did Mark and Laura know that we'd give up so easily? Then answer me like this. No, they didn't know that we'd give up so easily. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Renee reassure her employees that they definitely get Friday off this week? No, she didn't reassure her employees that they definitely get Friday off this week. Number 2. Did Clark figure out that he'd have to cover the tab for the evening? No, he didn't figure out that he'd have to cover the tab for the evening. Number 3. Did you underestimate what your competitors would be able to pull off? No, I didn't underestimate what my competitors would be able to pull off. Number 4. Did you explain that you'd need everyone to back up their data once a week at the very least? No, I didn't explain that I'd need everyone to back up their data once a week at the very least. Number 5. Did you promise that you'd lend your brother-in-law some dough? No, I didn't promise that I'd lend my brother-in-law some dough. Number 6. Didn't you tell him that you'd meet him later? No, I didn't tell him that I'd meet him later. Number 7. Did you assume that I'd tell him everything I know about sales? No, I didn't assume that you'd tell him everything you know about sales. Number 8. Did you know that the manager would like to have a word with you? No, I didn't know that the manager would like to have a word with me. Number 9. Did you think that Amy would one day turn into an old maid? No, I didn't think that Amy would one day turn into an old maid. Number 10. Did you understand that they said they'd be running late? No, I didn't understand that they said they'd be running late. Then ask me in English like this. Did Martha know that he was going to be at least 15 minutes late? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Flora think that Fred was going to give a bad first impression right off the bat? Number 2. Did you know that I was going to be promoted to sales manager? Number 3. Did your sister inform the new applicant that he was going to be picked up for the sales position? Number 4. Didn't Alan tell you that he was going to be in over his head? Number 5. Didn't you think that this product was going to be a major gravy train for you? Number 6. Didn't you think that this was going to be a serious mistake on their part? Number 7. Didn't they tell them that they were going to be doing the same old thing tonight? Number 8. Did you understand that we were going to be behind schedule no matter what? Number 9. Did your cousin Rosa hope that he was going to send her a text the moment he got home? Number 10. Did you guess how they were going to present their new product today? Did Annie think that he was going to forget that appointment yesterday? Then answer me like this. Yes, she thought that he was going to forget that appointment yesterday. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Harold promise that he was going to offer his services to Ellen next door? Yes, he promised that he was going to offer his services to Ellen next door. Number 2. Did Kelly inform us that she was going to be on the 9 o'clock news tonight? Yes, she informed us that she was going to be on the 9 o'clock news tonight. Number 3. Didn't you tell him that his computer was going to fall apart if he kept dropping it? Yes, I told him that his computer was going to fall apart if he kept dropping it. Number 4. Did you explain beforehand that we were going to have a hard time sticking precisely to their instructions? Yes, I explained beforehand that we were going to have a hard time sticking precisely to their instructions. Number 5. Did Sean make a decision yesterday as to who was going to be the guest of honor? Yes, he made a decision yesterday as to who was going to be the guest of honor. Number 6. Didn't you tell me that you were going to keep your word this time? Yes, I told you that I was going to keep my word this time. Number 7. Did you know that Maureen was going to completely steal the show? Yes, I knew that Maureen was going to completely steal the show. Number 8. Did you expect that she was going to look like $1,000,000 after her week in South America? Yes, I expected that she was going to look like $1,000,000 after her week in South America. Number 9. Didn't you guess that Charlie was going to go native after living there for 10 years? Yes, I guessed that Charlie was going to go native after living there for 10 years. Number 10. Did you tell her that she was going to end up being neck and neck with Jacob? Yes, I told her that she was going to end up being neck and neck with Jacob. Well, did Rita know that he was going to act as the designated driver for the evening? Then answer me like this. No, she didn't know that he was going to act as the designated driver for the evening. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Louisa think that her company was going to reap what it had sown? No, she didn't think that her company was going to reap what it had sown. Number 2. Did Kevin sense that Drew was going to cop out at the last minute? No, he didn't sense that Drew was going to cop out at the last minute. Number 3. Did you promise that you were going to turn over a new leaf this year? No, I didn't promise that I was going to turn over a new leaf this year. Number 4. Did Erin ask us who was going to follow up with her the next day? No, she didn't ask us who was going to follow up with her the next day. Number 5. Did you promise that you were going to straighten out? No, I didn't promise that I was going to straighten out. Number 6. Didn't you know that Jason was going to get all bent out of shape over this? No, I didn't know that Jason was going to get all bent out of shape over this. Number 7. Did you misjudge how your ex was going to react to your new man? No, I didn't misjudge how my ex was going to react to my new man. Number 8. Did you figure that Mike was probably just going to get a slap on the wrist? No, I didn't figure that Mike was probably just going to get a slap on the wrist. Number 9. Did you give your boss a heads up about who was going to be subbing for Jake? No, I didn't give my boss a heads up about who was going to be subbing for Jake. Number 10. Did Bob think that he was going to get the hang of his new job within a few weeks? No, he didn't think that he was going to get the hang of his new job within a few weeks. Then ask me in English like this. Did Martina know that he was thinking about staying late tonight? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Diana notice that Julie was getting into deep water with her boss? Number 2. Did you know that I was causing jealousy in the team when I got the promotion? Number 3. Did you suspect that your mother was jumping on the bandwagon to keep up with the Joneses? Number 4. Didn't George tell you that he was planning on catching his breath this weekend? Number 5. Didn't Gerald get the feeling that his crush was finally lowering her guard towards him? Number 6. Didn't you think that we were standing around doing nothing for far too long at the immigration office? Number 7. Didn't you realize that your business partner was yanking your chain? Number 8. Did you suspect that your son was crying wolf again? Number 9. Did Clark hope that they weren't blowing this whole rumor out of proportion? Number 10. Did you notice that Jim was trying to keep up appearances after the divorce? Did they think that we were studying with a bunch of classmates tonight? Then answer me like this. Yes, they thought that we were studying with a bunch of classmates tonight. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Francis and Don tell him they were thinking of ways to soften the blow about his demotion? Yes, they told him they were thinking of ways to soften the blow about his demotion. Number 2. Did Katrina say that she was planning on dropping by your neck of the woods? Yes, she said that she was planning on dropping by my neck of the woods. Number 3. Did you ever wonder how me and the kids were managing after you walked out on us? Yes, I wondered how you and the kids were managing after I walked out on you. Number 4. Did you explain to Will's colleagues that the company was making allowances due to his recent family bereavement? Yes, I explained to Will's colleagues that the company was making allowances due to his recent family bereavement. Number 5. Did you indicate to your family that you were setting the stage for a big announcement? Yes, I indicated to my family that I was setting the stage for a big announcement. Number 6. Didn't I tell you that the CEO was making an appearance at the company dinner? Yes, you told me that the CEO was making an appearance at the company dinner. Number 7. Didn't it frustrate you that they were turning down your offer for no good reason? Yes, it frustrated me that they were turning down my offer for no good reason. Number 8. Did you know that Kim and Dan were sitting way up in the nosebleeds at the ball game? Yes, I knew that they were sitting way up in the nosebleeds at the ball game. Number 9. Didn't you tell me that your younger sister was attending your alma mater? Yes, I told you that my younger sister was attending my alma mater. Number 10. Did you forget to mention to your boyfriend that you were having dinner with your ex? Yes, I forgot to mention to him that I was having dinner with my ex. So, how did you do? Did you get all 10 correct? If not, no problem. Allowing yourself to make mistakes is an important part of the learning process. Remember, it's about working at your own pace and speaking fluently. Did they know that we were retiring at the end of the year? Then answer me like this. No, they didn't know that we were retiring at the end of the year. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did you hear that you were ruffling some feathers around the office? No, I didn't hear that I was ruffling some feathers around the office. Number 2. Did Kevin know that he was getting totally shafted by his friends? No, he didn't know that he was getting totally shafted by his friends. Number 3. Did you figure out that you weren't being promoted? No, I didn't figure out that I wasn't being promoted. Number 4. Did Ellen discover that she was getting gray hairs already? No, she didn't discover that she was getting gray hairs already. Number 5. Did you consider that she was possibly holding something back from you? No, I didn't consider that she was possibly holding something back from me. Number 6. Did you think that your friends were making way too much of your recent promotion? No, I didn't think that my friends were making way too much of my recent promotion. Number 7. Did Terry believe the yarn that guy was spinning? No, he didn't believe the yarn that guy was spinning. Number 8. Did you know that he was preparing to do you one better? No, I didn't know that he was preparing to do me one better. Number 9. Did you know that Kelly was worrying like crazy all day today? No, I didn't know that she was worrying like crazy all day today. Number 10. Did your boss think that you were just going through the motions at work recently? No, he didn't think that I was just going through the motions at work recently. So, then ask me in English like this. Did they have to raise the stakes in the negotiation? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did Allie have to walk on eggshells at the last committee meeting? Number 2. Did you have to give up and go home when your computer crashed? Number 3. Did Otto have to try and find some common ground with his coworker in order to move on civilly? Number 4. Didn't you have to point out that they were digging their own graves with their negativity? Number 5. Did you have to basically move mountains to win support for your idea? Number 6. Did you have to stand in line to get tickets for the concert? Number 7. Didn't Caleb have to put some pressure on his teammates to make them change their minds? Number 8. Did you have to force your husband's hand on this decision? Number 9. Didn't you have to slave away on one thing after another at home yesterday? Number 10. Did you have to explain yourself to the board today? For example, did they have to be ready to leave by 7 a.m.? Then answer me like this. Yes, they had to be ready to leave by 7 a.m. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Didn't you have to throw out a bunch of food that was past its sell-by date? Yes, I had to throw out a bunch of food that was past its sell-by date. Number 2. Did Tina have to touch base with her supervisor before continuing with her draft? Yes, she had to touch base with her supervisor before continuing with her draft. Number 3. Did you really have to turn up the heat on the sales team? Yes, I had to really turn up the heat on the sales team. Number 4. Did you really have to shell out $5,000 for a new entertainment center? Yes, I really had to shell out $5,000 for a new entertainment center. Number 5. Didn't Louisa have to burn the midnight oil for the past few days in order to finish up her presentation? Yes, she had to burn the midnight oil for the past few days in order to finish up her presentation. Number 6. Didn't you have to get squared away for the conference? Yes, I had to get squared away for the conference. Number 7. Did Frankie have to find someone to give him a hand with his computer malfunction? Yes, he had to find someone to give him a hand with his computer malfunction. Number 8. Did you have to be careful not to hurt your man's feelings again? Yes, I had to be careful not to hurt his feelings again. Number 9. Did you have to be super careful not to breathe a word about your friend's affair? Yes, I had to be super careful not to breathe a word about my friend's affair. Number 10. Did you have to do your boss's dirty work? Yes, I had to do my boss's dirty work. Did Jack have to jump through hoops to get this position? Then answer me like this. No, he didn't have to jump through hoops to get this position. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did you have to drive your argument home by demonstrating the consequences? No, I didn't have to drive my argument home by demonstrating the consequences. Number 2. Did Adam have to go under the knife for his broken nose? No, he didn't have to go under the knife for his broken nose. Number 3. Did Saul have to come clean with his girlfriend about his one-night stand? No, he didn't have to come clean with his girlfriend about his one-night stand. Number 4. Did Nina have to admit that she was in the family way? No, she didn't have to admit that she was in the family way. Number 5. Did you have to find out that you needed virus protection on your computer the hard way? No, I didn't have to find out that I needed virus protection on my computer the hard way. Number 6. Did you have to promise your wife that you'd be back by midnight? No, I didn't have to promise my wife that I'd be back by midnight. Number 7. Did you have to make light of your family's recent fall on hard times? No, I didn't have to make light of my family's recent fall on hard times. Number 8. Did you have to put out your cigarette before you went into your boyfriend's flat? No, I didn't have to put out my cigarette before I went into my boyfriend's flat. Number 9. Did you have to step in to help speed things up with your colleague's workload? No, I didn't have to step in to help speed things up with my colleague's workload. Number 10. Did Jacob have to be reminded to keep his head out of the clouds? No, he didn't have to be reminded to keep his head out of the clouds. Then ask me in English like this. Did they used to play a lot of sports as kids? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Didn't Clarence used to know a thing or two about salsa dancing? Number 2. Didn't you used to smoke a couple packs a day? Number 3. Did your friend, James, used to lose his cool when someone would hit on his sister? Number 4. Didn't you used to be a real screw-up when you were young? Number 5. Didn't Sam and Chris used to jump through hoops to get their manager's approval? Number 6. Did you used to throw up after riding a coaster? Number 7. Did you used to be closer with Amy before she started hanging out with her boyfriend all the time? Number 8. Did you used to practically hang on every word your girl said? Number 9. Did Carrie used to have really long hair when she was in high school? Number 10. Didn't you used to have mixed feelings about selling your dad's old Harley? I made sure that the applicant's resume checks it. Number 9. Did you make sure that the applicant's resume checks out since we've had problems before? Did your parents used to have stronger feelings about traditional weddings? Then answer me like this. Yes, they used to have stronger feelings about traditional weddings. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did you used to dream about living in the lap of luxury? Yes, I used to dream about living in the lap of luxury. Number 2. Did Amber used to wear the pants when she was with Brian? Yes, she used to wear the pants when she was with Brian. Number 3. Did you used to phone in sick when you'd had a big night the night before? Yes, I used to phone in sick when I'd had a big night the night before. Number 4. Did you used to get in trouble by being disrespectful to your teachers? Yes, I used to get in trouble by being disrespectful to my teachers. Number 5. Didn't you used to get the creeps from the abandoned house down the road? Yes, I used to get the creeps from the abandoned house down the road. Number 6. Didn't you used to wear 6-inch heels before you had foot problems? Yes, I used to wear 6-inch heels before I had foot problems. Number 7. Did you used to get butterflies whenever you had to give a talk? Yes, I used to get butterflies whenever I had to give a talk. Number 8. Did you used to take a run around the park every single morning? Yes, I used to take a run around the park every single morning. Number 9. Did you used to hold a grudge against your ex's new girlfriend? Yes, I used to hold a grudge against my ex's new girlfriend. Number 10. Did you used to bug your mom for a little extra spending money for the weekends? Yes, I used to bug my mom for a little extra spending money for the weekends. Did you used to have this many cups of coffee in the morning? Then answer me like this. No, I didn't used to have this many cups of coffee in the morning. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Did you used to have the Midas touch with your investment portfolio? No, I didn't used to have the Midas touch with my investment portfolio. Number 2. Did Floyd used to read on the subway to kill time? No, he didn't used to read on the subway to kill time. Number 3. Did you used to know this neighborhood like the back of your hand? No, I didn't used to know this neighborhood like the back of my hand. Number 4. Did Nora used to have a lot of trouble kicking her smoking habit? No, she didn't used to have a lot of trouble kicking her smoking habit. Number 5. Did you used to be really quick to lose your temper if something didn't go your way? No, I didn't used to be really quick to lose my temper if something didn't go my way. Number 6. Did you used to be an administrative assistant? No, I didn't used to be an administrative assistant. Number 7. Did you used to be a major nerd back in college? No, I didn't used to be a major nerd back in college. Number 8. Did you used to teach preschool in New York? No, I didn't used to teach preschool in New York. Number 9. Did Victor used to be such a stand-up guy? No, he didn't used to be such a stand-up guy. Number 10. Did Holly used to be the life of the party when she went out? No, she didn't used to be the life of the party when she went out. Then ask me in English like this. Are you going to get down to brass tacks as soon as you finish your grub? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you going to get out of here before all hell breaks loose? Number 2. Is Mike going to make an ass out of himself at the Christmas party like last year? Number 3. Will Ellen try and kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Number 4. Are you seriously going to consider taking that pay cut? Number 5. Are you going to be your best friend's wingman at the club tonight? Number 6. Will Gary try to lose a few pounds for the summer? Number 7. Is Steve basically going to be putty in Jessica's hands after the romantic date tonight? Number 8. Will Dale really go through with this get-rich-quick scheme? Number 9. Will Fred eventually let bygones be bygones and forgive his buddy? Number 10. Will they act this way every time we watch the game at our buddy's place? Will you think about what I said and let me know your decision tomorrow? Then answer me like this. Yes, I'll think about what you said and let you know my decision tomorrow. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you going to make sure that you don't burn your bridges when you leave this company? Yes, I'm going to make sure that I don't burn my bridges when I leave this company. Number 2. Is Sasha going to polish up her resume and post it online tomorrow? Yes, she's going to polish up her resume and post it online tomorrow. Number 3. Will you be sure to have clean hands once this trouble blows over? Yes, I'll be sure to have clean hands once this trouble blows over. Number 4. Will you let me know what the plans are for next weekend as soon as you can? Yes, I'll let you know what the plans are for next weekend as soon as I can. Number 5. Are you going to be all ears when the president of the company gives her speech? Yes, I'm going to be all ears when the president of the company gives her speech. Number 6. Is Brian going to turn over a new leaf and limit his drinking to weekends and social events? Yes, he's going to turn over a new leaf and limit his drinking to weekends and social events. Number 7. Will Frankie have a hard time explaining why he leaked the story to the press? Yes, he'll have a hard time explaining why he leaked the story to the press. Number 8. Will you hang around here for a few more minutes and wait for me? Yes, I'll hang around here for a few more minutes and wait for you. Number 9. Is Jose going to weather this storm like he has every other? Yes, he's going to weather this storm like he has every other. Number 10. Will you keep this situation on the down low until I'm ready to tell everyone else? Yes, I'll keep this situation on the down low until you're ready to tell everyone. Are you going to spend a fortune this Saturday when you go shopping? Then answer me like this. No, I'm not going to spend a fortune this Saturday when I go shopping. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Is Ricky going to play right into the hands of his competitors? No, he's not going to play right into the hands of his competitors. Number 2. Will Matthew give up drinking solely to make his girlfriend happy? No, he won't give up drinking solely to make his girlfriend happy. Number 3. Will Bobby be able to hold his liquor when we go out tonight? No, he won't be able to hold his liquor when we go out tonight. Number 4. Are you going to rule out the possibility that a huge recession could hit us? No, I'm not going to rule out the possibility that a huge recession could hit us. Number 5. Is Nate going to give the visiting sales reps red carpet treatment? No, he's not going to give the visiting sales reps red carpet treatment. Number 6. Is Ricky going to embarrass himself and try to pull off a comb-over? No, he's not going to embarrass himself and try to pull off a comb-over. Number 7. Will you take Joey up on his offer of a free ticket to the Knicks game? No, I won't take Joey up on his offer of a free ticket to the Knicks game. Number 8. Will you sit back and let Kelly talk trash about your friends any longer? No, I won't sit back and let her talk trash about my friends any longer. Number 9. Is Darren going to sign anything without going over it with a fine-tooth comb first? No, he's not going to sign anything without going over it with a fine-tooth comb first. Number 10. Are you going to underestimate the other candidates at the job interview? No, I'm not going to underestimate the other candidates at the job interview. Then ask me in English, like this. Will you have moved into your new pad in London by next weekend? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Will Martin have made a complete mess of his finances by next year? Number 2. Will you have earned enough dough to put down a deposit on an apartment by the spring? Number 3. Will Ellie have mastered her chip shot in time for the tournament? Number 4. Will you have dropped at least 10 pounds by next month? Number 5. Will you have come up with the cash for a down payment by Monday? Number 6. Will you have kicked that awful smoking habit before your new girlfriend finds out? Number 7. Will we have blown the lid off this scandal by tomorrow morning? Number 8. Will Nate have hemmed and hawed about asking her on a date for 2 weeks now? Number 9. Will Frank have gone against his better judgment and bought a Ferrari by the next time we see him? Number 10. Will you two lovebirds have gotten hitched before the next family reunion? Will you have polished your answers before your big interview tomorrow morning? Then answer me like this. Yes, I'll have polished my answers before my big interview tomorrow morning. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Will you have gone to the store by the time I get home? Yes, I'll have gone to the store by the time you get home. Number 2. Will you have picked up enough French to get around before you move to Ken's? Yes, I'll have picked up enough French to get around before I move to Ken's. Number 3. Will Mark have tidied up the house before his parents arrive? Yes, he'll have tidied up the house before his parents arrive. Number 4. Will you have finished getting back to your clients within the hour? Yes, I'll have finished getting back to my clients within the hour. Number 5. Will you have written all your thank you notes before the end of the year? Yes, I'll have written all my thank you notes before the end of the year. Number 6. Will you have perfected your English by the time you finish up your 2-year study in Toronto? Yes, I'll have perfected my English by the time I finish up my 2-year study in Toronto. Number 7. Will Lori have typed up all her notes from history class before tomorrow? Yes, she'll have typed up all her notes from history class before tomorrow. Number 8. Will Pam have obtained her PhD by the time she hits 30? Yes, she'll have obtained her PhD by the time she hits 30. Number 9. Will you have chewed out your teammates for their incompetence by 5 o'clock? Yes, I'll have chewed out my teammates for their incompetence by 5 o'clock. Number 10. Will Grace have sent out all the invitations for her housewarming party by next week? Yes, she'll have sent out all the invitations for her housewarming party by next week. Will you have cleaned your place from top to bottom by the time 7 p.m. arrives? Then answer me like this. No, I won't have cleaned my place from top to bottom by the time 7 p.m. arrives. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Will Jim have updated the spreadsheets by the time the accounting guy gets here? No, he won't have updated the spreadsheets by the time the accounting guy gets here. Number 2. Will you have leveled with Jim about the future of his job by the time we go home tonight? No, I won't have leveled with Jim about the future of his job by the time we go home tonight. Number 3. Will you have moved up in the company as much as you wanted to by next year? No, I won't have moved up in the company as much as I wanted to by next year. Number 4. Will you have gotten yourself in great shape in time for your exotic vacation? No, I won't have gotten myself in great shape in time for my exotic vacation. Number 5. Will you have successfully wooed Jennifer into being your girlfriend by June? No, I won't have successfully wooed her into being my girlfriend by June. Number 6. Will you have asked Mark to get the computers up and running by noon tomorrow? No, I won't have asked Mark to get the computers up and running by noon tomorrow. Number 7. Will you have purchased something in duty-free by the time your plane starts boarding? No, I won't have purchased anything in duty-free by the time my plane starts boarding. Number 8. Will you have run the marketing idea by your boss by 7 p.m. tonight? No, I won't have run the marketing idea by my boss by 7 p.m. tonight. Number 9. Will Jane have perfected her people skills in time for our company's meet and greet next week? No, she won't have perfected her people skills in time for our company's meet and greet next week. Number 10. Will you have chowed down by the time I get to the restaurant? No, I won't have chowed down by the time you get to the restaurant. Then ask me in English like this. Are you going to have hired a new employee by the end of next year? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you going to have put all your hard feelings about James behind you by the time you see him again? Number 2. Are you going to have sold most of your furniture by the time you move next week? Number 3. Is Tanya going to have acted on this new information before tomorrow? Number 4. Is Lucy going to have finished putting her face on by the time I get there? Number 5. Are you going to have filled out this application form in the next 10 minutes? Number 6. Are you going to have visited all the national monuments of Ottawa during your week visit? Number 7. Is Steve going to have fired off a couple angry emails to his coworker by noon? Number 8. Are Mr. and Mrs. Smith going to have bought all their Christmas presents in time for the big day? Number 9. Is Peter going to have signed up for a new credit card before the end of his first month of college? Number 10. Is Daisy going to have cleared up all her debts before she buys a new car? So, how did you do? Did you get all 10 correct? If not, no problem. Are you going to have gambled away your entire life savings by midnight tonight? Then answer me like this. Yes, I'm going to have gambled away my entire life savings by midnight tonight. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you going to have passed through every continent except Antarctica by 2011? Yes, I'm going to have passed through every continent except Antarctica by 2011. Number 2. Is Samuel going to have broken the news to his soccer team that he's quitting before the next game? Yes, he's going to have broken the news to his soccer team that he's quitting before the next game. Number 3. Is Julie going to have had 4 little ones by the time she's 37? Yes, she's going to have had 4 little ones by the time she's 37. Number 4. Are you going to have organized your filing cabinet by this time tomorrow? Yes, I'm going to have organized my filing cabinet by this time tomorrow. Number 5. Are you going to have called in to see your friend before 9 p.m.? Yes, I'm going to have called in to see my friend before 9 p.m. Number 6. Is Sam going to have shown his true colors to his team by the end of the month? Yes, he's going to have shown his true colors to his team by the end of the month. Number 7. Is Chad going to have dyed his hair every color imaginable by the time he's 20? Yes, he's going to have dyed his hair every color imaginable by the time he's 20. Number 8. Are you going to have reached your boiling point with your son's behavior by the end of this week? Yes, I'm going to have reached my boiling point with my son's behavior by the end of this week. Number 9. Is Jake going to have washed his car 3 times because of those stupid birds today? Yes, he's going to have washed his car 3 times because of those stupid birds today. Number 10. Are you going to have caught up with Brendan by the time his flight takes off tomorrow morning? Yes, I'm going to have caught up with him by the time his flight takes off tomorrow morning. Example. Are you going to have talked me through our company's possible financial future by the end of the day? Then answer me like this. No, I'm not going to have talked you through our company's possible financial future by the end of the day. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Is Kyle going to have recruited enough people to meet his quota by the 31st? No, he's not going to have recruited enough people to meet his quota by the 31st. Number 2. Are you going to have accomplished anything by tonight if Sean doesn't leave you alone for a minute? No, I'm not going to have accomplished anything by tonight if he doesn't leave me alone for a minute. Number 3. Is Dan going to have eaten a complete breakfast before he heads to work today? No, he's not going to have eaten a complete breakfast before he heads to work today. Number 4. Are you going to have touch base with Greg about lunch tomorrow before you head home today? No, I'm not going to have touch base with him about lunch tomorrow before I head home today. Number 5. Is Tim going to have graded all his students' papers by the end of the hour? No, he's not going to have graded all his students' papers by the end of the hour. Number 6. Are you going to have checked into the hotel room by the time Justin arrives? No, I'm not going to have checked into the hotel room by the time he arrives. Number 7. Are you going to have reserved the tickets for the opera by 2 p.m. this afternoon? No, I'm not going to have reserved the tickets for the opera by 2 p.m. this afternoon. Number 8. Are you going to have saved enough dough for your dream vacation by this time next year? No, I'm not going to have saved enough dough for my dream vacation by this time next year. Number 9. Are you going to have landed in Australia in time to see your friend before he takes off? No, I'm not going to have landed in Australia in time to see my friend before he takes off. Number 10. Are you going to have read your textbook from cover to cover before finals? No, I'm not going to have read my textbook from cover to cover before finals. Then ask me in English like this. Will you be hiring any new interns in the not-so-distant future? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Will Marty be sailing through his classes this semester? Number 2. Will you be having people over for drinks tonight to celebrate your birthday? Number 3. Will Janice be tagging along with us when we hit the new club tonight? Number 4. Will Kate be avoiding the boss all day today so that he won't ask her to work this weekend? Number 5. Will you be dipping into your savings to help pay for your new ride? Number 6. Will you be jumping right back into the game since you and your missus split up? Number 7. Will we be breaking bread with the head of accounting at dinner tonight? Number 8. Will Dean be apologizing for the lewd remarks he made toward our new secretary? Number 9. Will Nora be divvying up the funds from the petty cash account today? Number 10. Will Angela be dressing her boyfriend so he doesn't look like a complete idiot on his first day of work? Will you be crashing out early tonight because you have to wake up super early tomorrow? Then answer me like this. Yes, I'll be crashing out early tonight because I have to wake up super early tomorrow. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Will you be pissing away your paycheck at the club tonight to see if you've still got it? Yes, I'll be pissing away my paycheck at the club tonight to see if I've still got it. Number 2. Will you be checking out the sports section as soon as the Sunday paper gets here? Yes, I'll be checking out the sports section as soon as the Sunday paper gets here. Number 3. Will you be readjusting your schedule so that you can meet up with us later on tonight? Yes, I'll be readjusting my schedule so that I can meet up with you later on tonight. Number 4. Will Sean be giving his parents a heart attack when he shows up with a tattoo tomorrow? Yes, he'll be giving his parents a heart attack when he shows up with a tattoo tomorrow. Number 5. Will you be tailing Jack for the entire road trip to SoCal? Yes, I'll be tailing him for the entire road trip to SoCal. Number 6. Will you be getting another double scotch on the rocks before you head home? Yes, I'll be getting another double scotch on the rocks before I head home. Number 7. Will you be hurting from jet lag for at least 3 days after you arrive in Canada? Yes, I'll be hurting from jet lag for at least 3 days after I arrive in Canada. Number 8. Will Parker be hitting the sack early tonight because of his schedule change tomorrow? Yes, he'll be hitting the sack early tonight because of his schedule change tomorrow. Number 9. Will you be fuming if you don't receive your paycheck on time? Yes, I'll be fuming if I don't receive my paycheck on time. Number 10. Will Andy be ending his relationship with Deborah before he moves to Europe? Yes, he'll be ending his relationship with her before he moves to Europe. Will you be following up on the interview you had last week? Then answer me like this. No, I won't be following up on the interview I had last week. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Will Vinny be getting wasted before his basketball game on Saturday night? No, he won't be getting wasted before his basketball game on Saturday night. Number 2. Will Harry be feeling the pinch by this time next month? No, he won't be feeling the pinch by this time next month. Number 3. Will Sharon be letting herself go after she settles in with her Prince Charming? No, she won't be letting herself go after she settles in with her Prince Charming. Number 4. Will Pam be getting a tummy tuck anytime soon? No, she won't be getting a tummy tuck anytime soon. Number 5. Will you be going out of your way to help Frederick with his personal dilemmas anymore? No, I won't be going out of my way to help Frederick with his personal dilemmas anymore. Number 6. Will you be taking the blame for your team's screw-up? No, I won't be taking the blame for my team's screw-up. Number 7. Will Tim be pissing the night away playing video games after he sees his grades for this semester? No, he won't be pissing the night away playing video games after he sees his grades for this semester. Number 8. Will Ethan be locking himself in his room all night to get ready for his math exam tomorrow? No, he won't be locking himself in his room all night to get ready for his math exam tomorrow. Number 9. Will Joanna be raking in the dough if the economy continues to slow down like this? No, she won't be raking in the dough if the economy continues to slow down like this. Number 10. Will you be slacking off while your boss is away? No, I won't be slacking off while my boss is away. Then ask me in English, like this. Are you going to be attending your children's parent-teacher conferences this year? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Are you going to be vacuuming up your lunch as soon as we sit down to eat? Number 2. Are you going to be getting the green light on the construction project today? Number 3. Is Christina going to be carrying on like this for the rest of the evening? Number 4. Is Pete going to be completely improvising his presentation to the board tomorrow? Number 5. Are you going to be making over your friend before her big date tomorrow? Number 6. Is Erica going to be dusting off her old records for her party tonight? Number 7. Is Ryan going to be meeting with the executives of the cell phone company tomorrow? Number 8. Is Jessie going to be practically spitting blood after she hears the rumors circulating about her? Number 9. Is Tracy going to be giving us a shout out over the radio this week? Number 10. Are you going to be keeping tabs on your son while he'd be DJing at this year's Pentaport Rock Festival in Incheon? Then answer me like this. Yes, I'm going to be DJing at this year's Pentaport Rock Festival in Incheon. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. Is Josh going to be working like a dog from now till the end of summer? Yes, he's going to be working like a dog from now till the end of summer. Number 2. Is Sarah going to be wearing her infamous black boots to the bar tonight? Yes, she's going to be wearing her infamous black boots to the bar tonight. Number 3. Are you going to be gracing me with your presence later on tonight after you finish work? Yes, I'm going to be gracing you with my presence later on tonight after I finish work. Number 4. Is Ian going to be pulling out his Bon Jovi on Wednesday's karaoke night? Yes, he's going to be pulling out his Bon Jovi on Wednesday's karaoke night. Number 5. Are you going to be laying into your mom for giving away your limited edition Les Paul? Yes, I'm going to be laying into my mom for giving away my limited edition Les Paul. Number 6. Are you going to be hitting me back with the details of Doug's bachelor party? Yes, I'm going to be hitting you back with the details of Doug's bachelor party. Number 7. Are you going to be bugging the hell out of your parents to lend you the car for the night? Yes, I'm going to be bugging the hell out of my parents to lend me the car for the night. Number 8. Is Justin going to be heading up the team as project manager? Yes, he's going to be heading up the team as project manager. Number 9. Is Brad going to be consuming his body weight in alcohol after the exam? Yes, he's going to be consuming his body weight in alcohol after the exam. Number 10. Are you seriously going to be wearing white socks with your black suit? Yes, I'm seriously going to be wearing white socks with my black suit. Are you going to be running on time today? Then answer me like this. No, I'm not going to be running on time today. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started.
Number 1. Is Arthur going to be taking his cues from Bradley anymore? No, he's not going to be taking his cues from Bradley anymore. Number 2. Is Will going to be sitting on that computer for the next 3 hours? No, he's not going to be sitting on that computer for the next 3 hours. Number 3. Is Marie going to be jumping in with both feet before she hears some more solid research? No, she's not going to be jumping in with both feet before she hears some more solid research. Number 4. Are you going to be kicking it into high gear to have these reports finished by Friday? No, I won't be kicking it into high gear to have these reports finished by Friday. Number 5. Are you going to be spending time with Bob anymore after what happened last night? No, I'm not going to be spending time with Bob anymore after what happened last night. Number 6. Is Paul going to be heading to the hospital after work to have his annual checkup? No, he's not going to be heading to the hospital after work to have his annual checkup.
Number 7. Is Ed going to be taking a pot shot at his coworker in the meeting tomorrow? No, he's not going to be taking a pot shot at his coworker in the meeting tomorrow.
Number 8. Is Ben going to be making a fool out of himself when he plays golf for the first time? No, he's not going to be making a fool out of himself when he plays golf for the first time. Number 9. Is Sarah going to be getting up her hopes about her first date with Jamie tonight? No, she's not going to be getting up her hopes about her first date with Jamie tonight. Number 10. Are you going to be attending your child's play at school this week? No, I'm not going to be attending my child's play at school this week. Then ask me in English like this. How long will you be staying in Toronto this time? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. How long will you be talking on the phone to our guys in Seattle? Number 2. How long will Andrew be explaining away all these mistakes to the public? Number 3. How long will Adrian be going to speed dating sessions during her lunch hour? Number 4. How long will Mitch be taking Julia's side in this stupid argument about rent? Number 5. How long will Don be running the show around here? Number 6. How long will you be slaving away on this presentation tonight? Number 7. How long will Michael be taking care of his neighbor's dog while they're away? Number 8. How long will Rebecca be putting her career on the line before something goes terribly wrong? Number 9. How long will you be residing in this country? Number 10. How long will you be standing behind your manager before you realize she's full of it? Then ask me in English like this. How long are you going to be scoping out apartments before you decide on the right one? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. How long are you going to be taking a leave of absence? Number 2. How long is Victor going to be backpacking around the world before he finally settles down? Number 3. How long are you going to be using this computer terminal? Number 4. How long is Joe going to be telling the same old stories to the same old people in the same old bar? Number 5. How long are you going to be watching Prison Break before you make dinner? Number 6. How long is Mike going to be reliving his college days before he realizes he's a single guy in his 50s? Number 7. How long are you going to be working for Mr. Johnson before you can't stand it anymore? Number 8. How long is Brett going to be coming in late before he realizes the company simply won't allow it? Number 9. How long are you going to be dreaming up these money-making schemes before you realize they'll never work? Number 10. How long are you going to be ignoring your bum knee before you get it checked by the doc? Then ask me in English like this. If you work out often, do you get in shape quickly? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you have extra cash on hand, do you spend it on yourself or your boyfriend? Number 2. If you lose a ton of money playing poker with your buddies, do they rub it in? Number 3. If Dale screws around on his computer during the day, does his boss notice? Number 4. If you have a problem with your neighbors, do you talk to them about it face to face? Number 5. If Tom and Paul feel really out of it, do they try to grab a power nap in the staff lounge? Number 6. If Deborah sees that her boyfriend's getting a beer belly, does she send him to the weight room that very same day? Number 7. If you start going to the gym, do you work out with a vengeance for a few days until you burn out? Number 8. If you really want to disappear for a weekend, do you leave your cell at home and head to your chalet? Number 9. If George gets stressed at work, does he hit a few balls at the driving range to wind down? Number 10. If Rachel can't get some decent shut-eye because of her husband snoring, does she crash out on the sofa? So, how did you do? Did you get all 10 correct? If not, no problem. Allowing yourself to make mistakes is an important part of the learning process. Remember, it's about working at your own pace and speaking fluently. So, just go back to video B and keep on practicing until you can say all 10 questions quickly and fluently. If you got all 10 correct, well done. Now it's time for you to move on to your next e-lesson. I'm Claire, and I'll see you soon. If you have enough cash on you, do you grab a cab so you can get downtown quickly? Then answer me like this. Yes, if I have enough cash on me, I grab a cab so I can get downtown quickly. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you stay out all night and don't call your wife, do you have to sleep on the couch? Yes, if I stay out all night and don't call my wife, I have to sleep on the couch. Number 2. If someone pushes in line in front of you, do you flip out at them? Yes, if someone pushes in line in front of me, I flip out at them. Number 3. If you have an important meeting in the morning, do you get a good night's rest? Yes, if I have an important meeting in the morning, I get a good night's rest. Number 4. If your father works an entire 12-hour shift, does he crash hard when he gets home? Yes, if he works an entire 12-hour shift, he crashes hard when he gets home. Number 5. If you're assigned to work the weekend shift, do you do your job half-assed? Yes, if I'm assigned to work the weekend shift, I do my job half-assed. Number 6. If you're asked to attend a seminar overseas, do you get as much golf in as you can? Yes, if I'm asked to attend a seminar overseas, I get as much golf in as I can. Number 7. If someone cuts you off while driving, do you flip them the bird? Yes, if someone cuts me off while driving, I flip them the bird. Number 8. If your date's 15 minutes late, do you call it a night and head home? Yes, if my date's 15 minutes late, I call it a night and head home. Number 9. If your soccer team has an important game on a Sunday night, do you head down to the sports bar with your pals? Yes, if my soccer team has an important game on a Sunday night, I head down to the sports bar with my pals. Number 10. If you don't finish your homework in time for class, do you give your teacher a lame excuse? Yes, if I don't finish my homework in time for class, I give my teacher a lame excuse. If you don't click with someone, do you pretend to like them? Then answer me like this. No, if I don't click with someone, I don't pretend to like them. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you don't beef up for the summer season, do you spend any time sunning yourself on the beach? No, if I don't beef up for the summer season, I don't spend any time sunning myself on the beach. Number 2. If Kyle doesn't back off, do you think you'll be able to control yourself? No, if he doesn't back off, I don't think I'll be able to control myself. Number 3. If I choose to drown my sorrows tonight, do you think you'll be able to carry me home? No, if you choose to drown your sorrows tonight, I don't think I'll be able to carry you home. Number 4. If you don't see your girlfriend for 3 days, do you worry about your relationship? No, if I don't see my girlfriend for 3 days, I don't worry about our relationship. Number 5. If you get to the airport less than an hour before your flight, do you get to hit up the duty-free shop? No, if I get to the airport less than an hour before my flight, I don't get to hit up the duty-free shop. Number 6. If Ben and Nick don't pick up their clubs every day, do they see improvement in their play? No, if they don't pick up their clubs every day, they don't see improvement in their play. Number 7. If you don't text your girlfriend every hour, does she spaz out on you? No, if I don't text my girlfriend every hour, she doesn't spaz out on me. Number 8. If you don't put your head down at work, does your boss turn a blind eye? No, if I don't put my head down at work, my boss doesn't turn a blind eye. Number 9. If you don't get decent service when you eat out, do you go back to the place? No, if I don't get decent service when I eat out, I don't go back to the place. Number 10. If you don't have anything constructive to say, do you say anything at all? No, if I don't have anything constructive to say, I don't say anything at all. Then ask me in English like this. If you have a 3-day weekend soon, will you take that opportunity to go skiing? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If I call you after 9 p.m., will you most likely pick up the phone? Number 2. If you find that you can't advance any further in your company, will you go back to school? Number 3. If you meet Harrison Ford at the after party, will you be totally lost for words? Number 4. If worst comes to worst, will Mel ask her father for some money? Number 5. If Nina's manager doesn't stop breathing down her neck, will she ask him to give her a little space? Number 6. If Steve and Kate don't get their asses in gear soon, will their boss have them each in for a one-on-one? Number 7. If it just so happens that Mark actually finishes on time, will we all head down to the movies together? Number 8. If Colleen wants to meet a new guy, will she consider going on a blind date? Number 9. If you have enough time this weekend, will you give your family a call? Number 10. If you don't have anything to do on Friday, will you catch a flick with Jennifer? If you have a chance this summer, will you take a little time off for yourself? Then answer me like this. Yes, if I have a chance this summer, I'll take a little time off for myself. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If we hit up the clubs tonight, will I have to be your wingman? Yes, if we hit up the clubs tonight, you'll have to be my wingman. Number 2. If it rains tomorrow, will you be forced to cancel your family outing? Yes, if it rains tomorrow, I'll be forced to cancel my family outing. Number 3. If Frank and Andy put in a few extra hours today, will their manager let them skedaddle early on Friday? Yes, if they put in a few extra hours today, their manager will let them skedaddle early on Friday. Number 4. If you drink any more coffee today, will you be up all night? Yes, if I drink any more coffee today, I'll be up all night. Number 5. If you keep your mouth shut around Mike, will you avoid another shouting match? Yes, if I keep my mouth shut around Mike, I'll avoid another shouting match. Number 6. If you hear the same Jack Johnson tune one more time, will you go crazy? Yes, if I hear the same Jack Johnson tune one more time, I'll go crazy. Number 7. If Renee splurges on some new trendy threads, will she turn heads? Yes, if she splurges on some new trendy threads, she'll turn heads. Number 8. If Johnny forgets to call his girlfriend, will he be in the doghouse? Yes, if he forgets to call his girlfriend, he'll be in the doghouse. Number 9. If we exceed the client's expectations, will we get some follow-up business? Yes, if we exceed the client's expectations, we'll get some follow-up business. Number 10. If you play your cards right, will you get a promotion? Yes, if I play my cards right, I'll get a promotion. If you don't hurry, will you make the train on time? Then answer me like this. No, if I don't hurry, I won't make the train on time. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you don't get enough sleep, will you be on top of your game at the presentation tomorrow? No, if I don't get enough sleep, I won't be on top of my game at the presentation tomorrow. Number 2. If Monica forgets to send out her dry cleaning, will she have anything to wear to the opera? No, if she forgets to send out her dry cleaning, she won't have anything to wear to the opera. Number 3. If you exchange your money before you leave, will you waste half a day searching for the best exchange rate? No, if I exchange my money before I leave, I won't waste half a day searching for the best exchange rate. Number 4. If Evan continues to be close-minded about everything, will he ever be able to step back and see the big picture? No, if he continues to be close-minded about everything, he won't ever be able to step back and see the big picture. Number 5. If you don't follow up with your clients, will you be able to retain them? No, if I don't follow up with my clients, I won't be able to retain them. Number 6. If you don't live within your means, will you be able to take that vacay to Monaco next year? No, if I don't live within my means, I won't be able to take that vacay to Monaco next year. Number 7. If this joint isn't on the main drag, will you be able to find it without some more specific directions? No, if this joint isn't on the main drag, I won't be able to find it without some more specific directions. Number 8. If you don't step up your game at work, will you have a shot at the promotion? No, if I don't step up my game at work, I won't have a shot at the promotion. Number 9. If you don't command respect, will your employees follow your lead? No, if I don't command respect, my employees won't follow my lead. Number 10. If Stephen doesn't research the competition, will he come out on top? No, if he doesn't research the competition, he won't come out on top. Then ask me in English like this. If you worked for the same company for 5 years, would you expect a promotion? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you ordered lasagna and got the risotto instead, would you send it back? Number 2. If you pumped iron all winter, would you look forward to beach season? Number 3. If you got double eyelid surgery after university, would it be easier to get a job as a flight attendant? Number 4. If you had to listen to your supervisor lecture everyone on the safety policy again, would you be bored to tears? Number 5. If Kathleen got busted for driving with no license, would she call up her parents to bail her out? Number 6. If you doubled your earnings this year, would you start investing in real estate? Number 7. If Sean wanted to leave his current position, would he tell his boss right away? Number 8. If you had a chance to go anywhere in the world, would you choose somewhere exotic and tropical? Number 9. If you hit the books hard this weekend, would you get a fantastic score on your test? Number 10. If you had a longer break today, would you join me for a bite to eat downstairs? If you married into a seriously dysfunctional family, would you avoid going to family reunions? Then answer me like this. Yes, if I married into a seriously dysfunctional family, I'd avoid going to family reunions. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If Ben moved to London, would you scrounge up enough money to go and see him one way or another? Yes, if he moved to London, I'd scrounge up enough money to go and see him one way or another. Number 2. If you got Ellen to give you a call back, do you think you could convince her to go out with you? Yes, if I got Ellen to give me a call back, I think I could convince her to go out with me. Number 3. If you won the lottery tomorrow, would you totally go crazy and buy all the Armani you could get your hands on? Yes, if I won the lottery tomorrow, I'd totally go crazy and buy all the Armani I could get my hands on. Number 4. If you had the cojones, would you walk right up to Ryan today and ask him out? Yes, if I had the cojones, I'd walk right up to Ryan today and ask him out. Number 5. If Michael could actually bring something useful to the table this time, would we really appreciate it? Yes, if Michael could actually bring something useful to the table this time, we'd really appreciate it. Number 6. If you worked over the weekend, would you make a dent in all the shit you have to do? Yes, if I worked over the weekend, I'd make a dent in all the shit I have to do. Number 7. If the boss caught Fred and Don lying down on the job, would he fire them on the spot? Yes, if the boss caught them lying down on the job, he'd fire them on the spot. Number 8. If you generated more sales at work, would you be up for a promotion sooner? Yes, if I generated more sales at work, I'd be up for a promotion sooner. Number 9. If we went the extra mile, would we stand out from our coworkers? Yes, if we went the extra mile, we'd stand out from our coworkers. Number 10. If we finished the report early, would our manager recognize us for a job well done? Yes, if we finished the report early, our manager would recognize us for a job well done. If you slacked off at work, would you be promoted to assistant manager? Then answer me like this. No, if I slacked off at work, I wouldn't be promoted to assistant manager. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If Brian didn't like that girl, would he IM her every time he saw her online? No, if he didn't like that girl, he wouldn't IM her every time he saw her online. Number 2. If Carla and Andrew didn't follow through with their decision to start up a business, would they be living the high life? No, if they didn't follow through with their decision to start up a business, they wouldn't be living the high life. Number 3. If you wanted to lose a couple pounds healthily, would you take diet pills? No. If I wanted to lose a couple pounds healthily, I wouldn't take diet pills. Number 4. If you needed a date for tonight, would you search online? No. If I needed a date for tonight, I wouldn't search online. Number 5. If I told you I was hooking up with Julie, would you get really jealous? No. If you told me you were hooking up with Julie, I wouldn't get really jealous. Number 6. If your parents weren't actively involved in your upbringing, would you be the same person you are today? No, if my parents weren't actively involved in my upbringing, I wouldn't be the same person I am today. Number 7. If you didn't put money away when you were younger, would you consider an early retirement? No, if I didn't put money away when I was younger, I wouldn't consider an early retirement. Number 8. If Jim didn't come up with a business plan, would the boss be well pleased? No, if he didn't come up with a business plan, the boss wouldn't be well pleased. Number 9. If Brad Pitt didn't appear in the flick, would you go see it? No, if he didn't appear in the flick, I wouldn't go see it. Number 10. If American movies didn't do well in Korea, would there be a screen quota? No, if American movies didn't do well in Korea, there wouldn't be a screen quota. Then ask me in English like this. If you'd studied English harder in college, would you have secured a higher paying job? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you'd been accepted into Columbia, would you have gone despite the high tuition? Number 2. If Derek hadn't decided to join Twitter, would he have known that his best friend goes to Starbucks 6 times a day? Number 3. If Bruce and Jill had left early enough to catch the bus this morning, would they have avoided taking an expensive taxi ride across town? Number 4. If Tom had bought a 3-piece suit last weekend, would he have felt a little more professional at his interview today? Number 5. If you'd had enough time to drop by the Apple Store, would you have taken your MacBook to the service center? Number 6. If Joyce had made a bad first impression to Paul on their first date, would he have called her again? Number 7. If you'd been suddenly called on to give a toast, would you have been at a complete loss for words? Number 8. If you'd had a clearer vision for the future, would you have been a lot richer? Number 9. If you'd learned more about Japanese history, would you have understood more about the culture and the people? Number 10. If you tried to be a little bit more confident, would you have had problems approaching foreigners? If you'd left early enough, would you have beaten rush hour traffic? Then answer me like this. Yes, if I'd left early enough, I would have beaten rush hour traffic. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If Lance had given a flawless interview, would he have probably gotten the job on the spot? Yes, if he'd given a flawless interview, he would have probably gotten the job on the spot. Number 2. If Mike had talked about you behind your back, would you have cut off all ties with him? Yes, if he'd talked about me behind my back, I would have cut off all ties with him. Number 3. If your wife had gone to see her folks, would you have held a Super Bowl party? Yes, if my wife had gone to see her folks, I would have held a Super Bowl party. Number 4. If you'd paid more attention in math class, would you have known how to calculate the tip for this bill in your head? Yes, if I'd paid more attention in math class, I would have known how to calculate the tip for this bill in my head. Number 5. If you hadn't set your phone on silent during the movie, would you have been embarrassed? Yes, if I hadn't set my phone on silent during the movie, I would have been embarrassed. Number 6. If Drake had remembered to gas up his car before leaving, would he have been there on time? Yes, if he'd remembered to gas up his car before leaving, he would have been there on time. Number 7. If you'd reported Ken's tardiness to the boss, would you have been labeled as the company rat? Yes, if I'd reported his tardiness to the boss, I would have been labeled as the company rat. Number 8. If Sean had trained the employees well, would they have smashed their sales targets? Yes, if he had trained the employees well, they would have smashed their sales targets. Number 9. If you had known that Sam was deceiving you, would you have been totally pissed off? Yes, if I had known that he was deceiving me, I would have been totally pissed off. Number 10. If you had suspected your husband was having an affair, would you have confronted him? Yes, if I had suspected my husband was having an affair, I would have confronted him. If you hadn't seen the weather report, would you have been prepared for this cold spell? Then answer me like this. No, if I hadn't seen the weather report, I wouldn't have been prepared for this cold spell. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you hadn't changed your mind about Henry, would you be engaged today? No, if I hadn't changed my mind about Henry, I wouldn't be engaged today. Number 2. If Sean hadn't snubbed you at the last get-together, would you have left him in the cold at our company dinner last night? No. If he hadn't snubbed me at the last get-together, I wouldn't have left him in the cold at our company dinner last night. Number 3. If Jeff and Angela hadn't met with that particular banker, would they have been able to secure a loan? No, if they hadn't met with that particular banker, they wouldn't have been able to secure a loan. Number 4. If you and I hadn't drawn the short straw, would we have spent the last 3 hours shredding all those documents? No, if we hadn't drawn the short straw, we wouldn't have spent the last 3 hours shredding all those documents. Number 5. If you hadn't brought this hunk of junk to the mechanic, would you have been able to get it on the expressway? No, if I hadn't brought this hunk of junk to the mechanic, I wouldn't have been able to get it on the expressway. Number 6. If Adam hadn't changed his tune at trial, would they have been so lenient with his sentence? No, if he hadn't changed his tune at trial, they wouldn't have been so lenient with his sentence. Number 7. If we hadn't got everything done on time, would the supervisor have allowed us to take off early? No, if we hadn't got everything done on time, the supervisor wouldn't have allowed us to take off early. Number 8. If Sienna hadn't backed up the data on the hard drive, would she have been able to recover what was lost? No, if she hadn't backed up the data on the hard drive, she wouldn't have been able to recover what was lost. Number 9. If we hadn't pulled an all-nighter, would we have aced the exam? No, if we hadn't pulled an all-nighter, we wouldn't have aced the exam. Number 10. If Kate and Stephanie hadn't argued yesterday, would they have ignored each other today? No, if they hadn't argued yesterday, they wouldn't have ignored each other today. Then ask me in English like this. If you were making a killing on your stocks, would you be treating everyone to drinks? Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you were meeting up with your college buddies, would you be talking about the good old days? Number 2. If Pete and Selena were studying English at MES, would they be practicing their gugodans every night? Number 3. If you were getting ready for tax season, would you be scrambling for your old receipts? Number 4. If you were drinking at the same bar all night, would you be tipping the waitress for every beer you drank? Number 5. If you were losing sleep over work stresses, would you be turning to sleeping pills? Number 6. If you were running the show around here, would you be giving everyone a substantial raise? Number 7. If your kids weren't doing well in their studies, would you be cutting off their allowances until you saw some improvement? Number 8. If you were traveling to Canada during the winter months, would you be packing your ski jacket? Number 9. If you were having a good time, would you be leaving the pub at last call? Number 10. If you were counting calories, would you be successfully losing a lot of weight for the summer? If you were job hunting, would you be trawling the internet posts for the perfect match? Then answer me like this. Yes, if I were job hunting, I'd be trawling the internet posts for the perfect match. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you were kicking up a stink, would everyone be thinking that you were acting like a child? Yes, if I were kicking up a stink, everyone would be thinking that I was acting like a child. Number 2. If Mike were spreading malicious rumors about you, would you be holding your tongue and taking the high road? Yes, if he were spreading malicious rumors about me, I'd be holding my tongue and taking the high road. Number 3. If you were interviewing with the head man today, would you be wearing something a little nicer than what Jack's got on? Yes, if I were interviewing with the head man today, I'd be wearing something a little nicer than what he's got on. Number 4. If you were trying to branch out to meet other singles, would you be hitting up social networking sites first? Yes, if I were trying to branch out to meet other singles, I'd be hitting up social networking sites first. Number 5. If you were facing the situation that Sid's in, would you be completely freaking out? Yes, if I were facing the situation that Sid's in, I'd be completely freaking out. Number 6. If you were busting your ass for your supervisor, would you be expecting some serious compensation? Yes, if I were busting my ass for my supervisor, I'd be expecting some serious compensation. Number 7. If you were working under all that pressure, would you be sweating like a pig? Yes, if I were working under all that pressure, I'd be sweating like a pig. Number 8. If you were working at the Hyatt Hotel restaurant, would you be earning great tips? Yes, if I were working at the Hyatt Hotel restaurant, I'd be earning great tips. Number 9. If you were job hunting, would you be checking out internet job sites? Yes, if I were job hunting, I'd be checking out internet job sites. Number 10. If you were presenting your findings, would you be using a PowerPoint presentation? Yes, if I were presenting my findings, I'd be using a PowerPoint presentation. If you were sleeping on the job, would you be setting a good example? Then answer me like this. No, if I were sleeping on the job, I wouldn't be setting a good example. Are you ready for your test? Good. Let's get started. Number 1. If you were running the marketing project, would you be making a mess of things like Jack is? No, if I were running the marketing project, I wouldn't be making a mess of things like Jack is. Number 2. If you were sitting in the boss's chair, would you be laying off all these employees to make a quick buck? No, if I were sitting in the boss's chair, I wouldn't be laying off all these employees to make a quick buck. Number 3. If Justin were coming on that strongly to you, would you be giving him an inch? No, if he were coming on that strongly to me, I wouldn't be giving him an inch. Number 4. If you were having problems with your significant other, would you be getting it all off your chest at the workplace? No, if I were having problems with my significant other, I wouldn't be getting it all off my chest at the workplace. Number 5. If you were thinking about ending the meeting on a high note, would you be leaving off with that announcement? No, if I were thinking about ending the meeting on a high note, I wouldn't be leaving off with that announcement. Number 6. If you were running the show around here, would you be making so many public gaffes? No, if I were running the show around here, I wouldn't be making so many public gaffes. Number 7. If you weren't telling the truth, would you be looking me in the eyes right now? No, if I weren't telling the truth, I wouldn't be looking you in the eyes right now. Number 8. If you were working late tonight, would you be coming in early tomorrow? No, if I were working late tonight, I wouldn't be coming in early tomorrow. Number 9. If we were planning for the next financial year, would we be ratifying this budget? No, if we were planning for the next financial year, we wouldn't be ratifying this budget. Number 10. If the management were training their employees properly, would they be endangering the business? No, if the management were training their employees properly, they wouldn't be endangering the business.